Hello? Oh, for some reason RTX voice crashed. Alrighty, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing some more OW2, so you guys have that to look forward to or not to look forward to, depending on your preferences here. We're going to do a little bit of the tubes. I got my new board installed. See if that makes a difference. It probably won't. That was more of a peace of mind thing, and I didn't want it to run into any issues in the future, so yeah. There's also, there's this weird thing happening. Sometimes it looks like there's like double frame generation. Like frames pop out twice, and I don't know why. Makes sense. So if I move really slowly, it almost looks like the image doubles. Very weird. My 13900K didn't do that. It does it sometimes, or did it sometimes. I don't know if it's my monitor and I just never noticed or what. You know what we didn't do? New motherboard installed. You know what I didn't do, guys? Fuck, did I have it on or off? I think I had it off. I don't remember if I had my MSI mode on my graphics card on or off last night. Right. Blaster. That. Actually, both of them are, they're both net. Did I have MSI mode on my GeForce on or off, guys? Fuck. I don't even know if I can go back and look. Good evening, Nope, by the way. Good evening, guys. Motherfucker. Got a bunch of new USB root complexes. 3.21. Is it on my chipset or is it on my motherboard? Or on my CPU? I already moved my devices around so they're on their own hubs now. Like that. These are both 3.1. It must be, yeah, it's my hub. Or on my chipset. This is... This is the BIOS flashback. It's kind of funny the BIOS flashback has its own root hub. Very weird. Basically, PCI Express root port is a PCIe lane. I mean, here's one of my NVMe drive. This is for my PCI X16 slot. This is the chipset. And the chipset has more lanes on it too, because it's like a switch. My sound card. Here's both the NICs. Port that I can't use. There's 2 ports I can't even fucking use because of my graphics. Well, 1 port I can't use because of my graphics. No, 2 ports. Because one is on my... It's like the 2nd slot down or 3rd slot down. But that's split with the GPU. So you can't really use it anyways. Well, you could use it. I don't think 4090 even uses PCI 4.0 X16 or even close to X8. Someone probably tested it somewhere. It's easy content. You're a tech tuber. Question is, did I have my 4090 with or without MSI on? I think I had it off. I've turned it on and off maybe half a dozen times already. Reboot! Reboot! Ah, good evening, guys. Pretty good. Take a look at the tubes here in a second, too. This motherboard also takes forever to reboot, so, yeah. Good. And still does not support my memory kit. Probably going to have to, manually tune it at some point. It's not an option, guys, for disabling C1. Nothing. Good, good, good. Oh, well, I guess I'll have to turn it off and on and see if it changes anything tonight. Good. There's another option I wanted to try, unrelated. Apparently, VBS is an issue in Windows 11. I didn't even know it existed. Virtual-based security. Apparently, it's on too. Beep, beep, beep. Beautiful. Wonderful. Lovely. Alrighty. Let's just go down the tubes tonight here, guys, before we get into the Gamazes. Ah. Voodoo 5 6000. This has been handed around on eBay for eons. We might take a look at that just purely out of nostalgia. Sombra can EMP Lifeweaver's tree. I mean, it makes sense because she can shut down basically everyone's ult, so. Good. Found gold. Good video. Probably not legit, though. More than likely just bought a piece of gold and said he found it. Wonderful. Never seen that one before, guys. Never seen that before. Oh, let's solitary confinement. Want to look at that. I don't think we're going to do that tonight, though. What made Europe go green faster? Yeah, something about removing gas. Unintended consequences, basically. He perpetuated the green revolution, or green energy in general. Yeah. Not completely. There's still a heavy reliance, and Europe had to deal with that really fast, but you know. Mandalorian is dead. Yeah, holy fuck, what the fuck is that? I'm gonna binge watch Mandalorian. It's gotten progressively worse. I'm not gonna let Critical Drinker spoil the Mandalorian for me. Because actually, is it done airing now? Yeah. Mandalorian is basically just there to sell Grogu merch and emasculate Mando from Bo. Bo gets to emasculate Mando, because that's the way we want it. This is the way, guys. April 19th. Oh, it is done. No, it's not. We are in April. It's done a week and a half from now. Yep, this is the way. Emasculate Mando. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Great actor. Emasculate the shit out of him. We don't need fucking men. He doesn't need to stick up for himself. He's just a male. Submissive male. This is the way. This is where we are now, guys. Nope, you don't get to ruin it. I'm gonna wait for episode and a half before that just... Yeah, that's worse than Rings of Power right there as far as an image goes. It literally looks like they picked up what they could find to be the most objectionable looking people and put them together, and then, hey, this is an episode and you should accept it, and if you don't accept it, you're a bad person sort of shit. That's basically it. Yeah. Good. Literally Rings of Power here. But aside, the Rings of Power actors are actually pretty good. And I think probably one of the better parts of Rings of Power were the dwarfs and the interactions with the dwarfs between, what's his name? The elf guy. The fucking, oh my god, the characters look stupid as shit too in Rings of Power. Buick Roadmaster. Thanks, Christmas Vacation. Now, let's take a look at this just out of pure curiosity. Because I used to have a Voodoo. I had a Voodoo 3 and a Voodoo 5. Not the quad core, obviously, I had the dual core one. We'll take a look.
This is an unreleased 3DFX Voodoo 5 6000 GPU, or actually set of GPUs. We have two. It's built on a custom 80-watt Strange God board with four 166 MHz 3DFX VSA 100 napalm
Obviously, they have to get it working.
They
don't.
It
This is
has
a fail.
66 MHz AGP 1.0 interface, 6-pin PCIe power input,
Ooh.
16
Bleeding
16 megabytes SDR SD-RAM chips, for a total of 256 megabytes of onboard memory, and dual V BIOS for 128 or 256 megabyte memory modes. The card was doomed when it was being made by 3DFX, and it was one of their last products.
Yeah. If you guys didn't know, 3DFX is basically the forerunner of Sly and Crossfire, because they made the technology for this, if you guys didn't know, and Sly is actually from 3DFX. Crossfire is AMD's branding, but basically NVIDIA bought their tech, which is Sly. That's what Sly is. Scanline interface. Basically where it alternates between the frames. And they did this because they were already putting multiple chips on their cards. This is back in the 90s. And it was one of the last technologies they made before they went under. With this wasn't really a production card. The 5500 was, which was a dual card. And this isn't a dual card, obviously.
And this card shouldn't exist. There's no such thing as a retail Voodoo 5 6000.
You can find these on eBay, though.
Handmade by Anthony or ZXC64, who manages
These are
to
new
source
ones.
the parts for the actual GPU, the real GPUs that 3DFX made via TSMC, and put them on a new board. As a hobby, he hand assembles and sells custom cards, including 3DFX's Lost Crown Jewel. He designs and orders PCBs, then populates them with new old stock. They're 3DFX chips purchased in bulk, usually taking 3 days to assemble each card once they arrive. And no one has produced
3 whole days, probably
for
a
over
3-hour,
20
4-hour day.
years. The last people who did never shipped it. They didn't make it to market before 3DFX crumbled. And this ends up being a relic lost to time.
This isn't an original prototype card, which is what used to sell on eBay for a decent amount of money. These are reproductions of prototype cards.
We have the privilege of testing and showing you functional in an actual system.
Oh.
So this is the card we bought from Anthony ZXC64. We paid about $1,500 US for it, and let's get started. This video is brought to you by us and our laptops or other high quality in return. Just for an idea of the rarity, it took over 3 years since the cancellation of this project for Extreme Tech's Joel Hruska to get his hands on one and produce what he called the first review of the Voodoo 5 6000. And that Extreme Tech review.
There were prototype cards prior to this happening, as I mentioned before. They had prototypes. They made prototypes. I know they existed on eBay because they've been talked about off and on through basically decades at this point. So this is not new. These are not the only cards in existence, and cards existed prior to these. It's just they were prototypes, and there's only a handful of them now, and there's pre-productions, or reproductions, excuse me.
Back in 2003. Now, today, with the help of a collector, Anthony was able to borrow a damaged and non-functional unit. And from there, he posted Facebook updates to his ZXC64 page showing the non-destructively reverse engineering that he did and building a new card from scratch. Now, this process could technically have just been emulated. You don't have to build one of these anymore. You can fake it through basically software and some modern hardware.
What?
This is a point that
What the fuck are you talking about? Who would do that? Hey, look, guys, an emulator is the same thing as owning a console. No, it's not. Oh, please.
3DFX's own founders pointed out in an interview.
Just out of curiosity, why are they doing that instead of emulating it?
I have no idea.
I think why is a silly question.
Yeah, it's interesting, but because they can.
And in an interview with Custom PC, ZXC64 stated, quote, "Making the PCB wasn't very complicated. I placed all the design blocks around the board and solved the puzzle that way. There were no other available variations." Now, we get the feeling that he's underselling himself here. He's gone as far as to make multiple revisions of a card left abandoned, including extended memory, PCI interfaces, a replacement for the barrel jack power plug that was originally intended to go on the back of this, and other variations as well. For example, VGA pass-through and different power configurations. And that's why we're so excited to look at this today, because this is real engineering. ZXC64 took abandoned, derelict hardware that was lost to time, reverse engineered it, and made something that works and is actually...
He made more abandoned hardware. This is more. They might say he's salvaging e-waste. No, these are literally, they're going to sit on someone's shelf and then they're going to go eventually go in a dumpster. So, yeah.
Actually better than how 3DFX designed it with all the extra features.
Probably
Before
30 years later,
it, though,
20 years later.
Through some of the history of 3DFX and catch everyone up to speed on what really
25 years later
and what it was originally meant to be. The $299 or $500 adjusted dual-chip Voodoo 5 5500
I own
was
one of
the
those.
first and only 250nm VSA 100 based Voodoo 5. And that's VSA as in Voodoo Scalable Architecture. It made it to market in June of 2000, followed by the budget single-chip Voodoo 4 4500 in October. The Voodoo 5 6000 had 4 GPUs on one card. Some prototype Voodoo 5 6000s used a supplementary 4-pin Molex power connector, but the retail product would have had a barrel jack to take power from an external AC Voodoo Volts 50-watt power adapter. 3DFX was showing off a prototype Voodoo 5 6000 as late as September 2000, with Eurogamer remarking on
they're doing this when they're going under.
Obscene size at 12 inches, crazy MSRP at $600 or $1,000 adjusted for today, and power requirements of 60 watts. We've come a long way to our 500-watt, $1,600 cards that are 14 inches long. 3DFX Interactive was founded in 1994 by
and we still,
former
we've taken a step back on Crossfire and Sly. We don't even have the option anymore. I mean, it's kind of an option depending on your cards. There's some custom solutions that are still Sly, but I believe that the Sly ended with the 3000 series, or maybe the 2000 series was like one of the last. I think 3000, like the TI's event, they had the golden fingers still on them.
Silicon Graphics Incorporated staff at a point where Enterprise 3D had been dominated by SGI for years, and PC 3D didn't exist outside of CAD hardware. For more on SGI, though, check out our Indigo 2 Extreme and O2 videos that we made with the help of SGI Depot. 3DFX dabbled in some government and arcade sales to start with, but its goal was always the console-dominated home gaming market that SGI had actually intentionally avoided, much to its demise later, because it believed that the market was incapable of supporting expensive GPU hardware. It only wanted to sell to companies for tens of thousands of dollars.
Everyone wants the big player, right? There's a bunch of smalls going on here, though.
So
just like consoleization happened in the late O's where people said PC gaming is dead and only people want to play games on consoles. Console gaming is dead. That was a moniker for a while. Or excuse me, PC gaming is dead, not console gaming.
Some internal debate over
basically, well, the new
whether
generation was
its
growing up and they
product
couldn't
should
afford
be an
PCs.
add-in card or a motherboard.
They just had whatever the parents
There
bought
was
for
a
them,
mindset
which is a
that
console.
This was going to be a motherboard, and it was kind of.
See, he always tries to hang that on me.
But in 1996, 3DFX partnered with Orchid Technology to release the Righteous 3D, which is an AIC powered by the original Voodoo Graphics 3D chip. 3DFX managed to convince Orchid to sell the 3DFX product without ever having a physical prototype.
And we had already signed up Fujitsu and Orchid to sell our products, even though we didn't have any products to sell. And talked Orchid into letting us put the Reality Engine in their booth at Comdex, behind a wall.
It was purely off the strength of pre-rendering demos on SGI hardware without anything physical to work from. They basically said, yeah, it'll probably look like this. For that matter, there weren't any existing PC games that could even leverage the chips. 3DFX had to develop demos in-house. 3DFX developed its own API as well, Glide, since SGI's OpenGL wasn't initially built to support gaming. The Orchid Righteous 3D is the card that famously made an audible click when the 3D hardware activated and closed relays, enabling the VGA pass-through.
That was a feature. Because you knew it was time to have fun.
As the box states, quote, other 3D solutions replace your existing 2D adapter and may compromise performance. Righteous 3D is a dedicated 3D accelerator that works transparently with your 2D adapter. So, in other words, it used a VGA pass-through in conjunction with a separate 2D graphics card. This offered a genuine performance advantage over contemporary 3D-2D combo cards, and it also allowed 3DFX to brush past the existing legacy of 2D graphics cards and make something entirely new and exciting. And the timing was perfect. Windows 95 had just launched.
Taskbars and email and shortcuts, oh my.
Everyone was buying new PCs with PCI slots.
Oh my God.
And PC gaming
And they started trying to get rid of them.
Mainstream. And this was a period when software and hardware development were racing forward hand in hand. Quake launched in 1996 with software rendering, but in 1997, GL Quake was launched with OpenGL support, which at the time really just meant Voodoo support. And John Carmack joined 3DFX's advisory board.
We were doing tests with a very popular game called GL Quake, and it was running at 120 frames per second, which is just silly. I mean, nobody's going to run a game at that kind of frame rate or want to.
3DFX was on fire at this time, and they were just getting started.
Aged well.
Voodoo cards were must-have hardware for early 3D games like Tomb Raider,
And then
especially so
showed
for
up.
Glide-enabled titles like Unreal and Unreal Tournament. 3DFX had its IPO in 1997. There were some minor stumbles that year, like the ill-fated Voodoo Rush, as well as leaking the existence of the Dreamcast and torpedoing a potentially profitable contract with Sega, but things were still trending upwards overall. 1998's Voodoo 2 and Banshee releases marked the peak of 3DFX's success, with IGN reporting via PC Data that the top 5 GPUs sold in fourth quarter 1998 were all Voodoo-based.
Yep.
73% of performance and gaming graphics.
They had
market
something,
share was
guys, and
held
then
by
they just
3DFX
lost it.
in early 99.
It's like
That's
fucking
almost
H1Z1.
exactly like
It's
Nvidia's
like lost
current
opportunity,
position
just like
today,
fell
including
through their
the market
fingers.
share percentage, and it's a reminder of just how fickle the graphics market is. The Voodoo 2 was the first consumer card to utilize 3DFX's scalable scan line interleave technology to link multiple cards together.
Yep.
The original Voodoo chips had that capability, but it went unused. The abbreviation SLI was coined, and it was notoriously later purchased by NVIDIA and backronymed into Scalable Link Interface. Through the release of the Banshee, 3DFX's first 2D 3D combo card, 3DFX relied entirely on board partners like Diamond, Creative Labs, and STB, doing zero first-party hardware production itself. In late 1998, 3DFX's board decided it was ready to live the dream by blowing $141 million, or about $243 million in today's numbers, on its major board partner STB, based in Mexico.
You can't take a high-flying, high-multiple, high-technology, sexy 3D graphics chip company and marry it with a marginal piece of crap board company and come out of it with anything that's good.
Buying a manufacturer allowed 3DFX to immediately shift from 0% to 100% in-house manufacturing, not including the TSMC manufactured silicon, and yes, they were still around back then. It also allowed it to push out its partners, who all promptly turned to the competitor, NVIDIA. If that sounds familiar to you, it did to us too. It's kind of amazing how a too-big-to-fail company can immediately implode when it decides to treat its partners as commodities.
Things are a
As the
little bit
number of
different nowadays, though.
competitors scrambling to keep up in an oversaturated market ballooned, 3DFX's designs fell into a rut of recycling old hardware and repeatedly diverting short-term resources away from its next-gen Rampage project, which was delayed past relevance. DirectX became increasingly dominant in games, and adoption of 3DFX's Glide API was limited. As Anand Shimpi said at the time, quote, 3DFX is back with the third installment in the Voodoo trilogy, but unlike George Lucas's award-winning creation, this sequel isn't something to get your hopes too high for. And
6
that
new
was
Star Wars
written
movies
before
later.
Episode 1, so don't get your hopes up too high for the Phantom Menace there, Anand. 3DFX's lead continued to shrink with the launch of NVIDIA's GeForce 2 in May of 2000. NVIDIA focused on sales to OEMs like Dell and HP, while 3DFX stuck to the relatively small, high-end enthusiast market. The wheels fell off rapidly, with 3DFX shuttering STB just 2 years after the acquisition, and then dumping all of its remaining assets on NVIDIA after creditors started bankruptcy proceedings. The final physical prototypes produced by 3DFX were of the long-delayed and eventually canceled Voodoo 5 6000, bringing us back to what we have today, and there were also some number of Spectre 1000 Rampage cards which eventually started initial testing just days before the company ceased to exist. If you've got a Spectre, email us. Given the larger-than-life impression that 3DFX made on everyone, we've seen your comments, it's bizarre to think that it only took 4 years to go from the release of the first Voodoo card to total collapse.
Absolutely fucking incredible. Absolutely incredible. H1Z1, basically the same thing. All in what 3 years when it came around? Like, it had everything. It had the Battle Royale market in a nutshell. It had it by its nuts. And then they just decided that they weren't going to improve their game anymore. Who the fuck does that? They weren't going to do microtransactions. They started doing them way too late. They weren't going to do microtransactions. They just stopped adding new guns, probably because they couldn't, because they didn't know how, because they had the shitty Forge Light engine, which is what PlanetSide 2 uses, a variant of that. Yeah, it just all fucking fell apart, and PUBG came around, which kind of just did everything better. Fast-paced combat, not as good, but there's more than 5 guns, so.
That's what makes this company
That's crazy.
so amazing.
That's fucking crazy.
And such a long-term win.
They were
Given so much opportunity, and they just
not about train jump
blew it all.
Now to the fun part, which is acquiring parts to build the system that is worthy of a Voodoo 5 6000 so that we can actually test it. We spent a lot of time on this. Actually, most of it was kind of in this phase of trying to get things to work. And our plan, baseline requirements here were Windows 9.5 or 9.8. So 95, 98 had to be used. And we also needed an AGP 1.0 compatible motherboard, which is actually kind of rare, at least in a class that is worthy of the Voodoo 5 6000. So we started discussion with Anthony about what we should use, and then we also perused some old motherboard roundups from Anand Shimpi on Anantech, and this is what we came up with. This is an MSI KT3 Ultra. It is a really good board from the era. In fact, Anantech gave it an Editor's Choice Award, and
I'm going to point out, guys, that tech review in the late 90s and early O's basically amounts to CNET, where they barely used even FPS numbers. So yeah, tech reporting back in the late 90s and early O's, infancy, very, very, very early on, and that doesn't mean much of anything. You can find reviews from this time period, but it's a relic at this point. I wouldn't, that doesn't really mean much of anything nowadays, so.
Mr. Shimpi himself really liked this board, as did Anthony, who, again, hand-built these cards. So that's what we went with. As for what we paired that board with, it was an AMD Athlon XP 2600 Plus Thoroughbred from 2002. And that
one was in a closet.
is from the classic AMD era, where 2600 Plus meant 2133 megahertz. Not what the plus means. But unfortunately for us, the MSI KT3 Ultra board that we sought for weeks on eBay showed up, and it was DOA on arrival. That's what the A means. DOA, the A is arrival. Anyway, our friends at the Cramden Institute, which is a local e-waste recycling facility, they were able to help us out. We contacted them. We said, needs to be able to run Windows 95 or 8, needs to be AGP 1.0. Please, do you have anything? And they were able to secure us an extremely beige and extremely 1999 Dell Dimension. Normally, you have to pay $4 for these from Cramden for just sort of the scrap metal fee. They waived that $4 for us. They probably feel bad for us. So thank you, Cramden. It helped. So the Dell Dimension XPS T600 is what we had as our backup. Out of the box, this one came with a 600 megahertz Pentium 3. It had 128 megabytes of RAM, a Cirrus Logic PCI GPU, a 10100 NIC, and a 10 gigabyte hard drive, all of which actually was still functional. We upgraded it with a viewer-donated e-waste 800 megahertz CPU and some memory harvested from a crumbling homemade RAM Christmas wreath, also from a viewer. So if you sent either of those in years ago, probably 4 or 5 years ago now, they found a home, and it actually is what was able to get us through this piece. Thank you. Once we confirmed that the Voodoo 5 6000 worked with the viewer-donated hardware, we next moved forward and bought a different board. And that is the Epox 8K3A motherboard using the VIA 333 chipset, the KT333. That was reportedly the most stable platform for these tests, according to, again, Anthony and old forum posts. This system was a complete nightmare to get running. We've been working on this piece between reviews for something like 3 years on and off. It's not like we were working on it the whole time, but every time we had a breather, it was this that Patrick would work on. The sweet spot for compatibility with the Voodoo 5 6000 is Windows 90-something, so we installed Windows 98 SE with the unofficial Service Pack 3.66 on our test bench. We had constant resource conflicts problems on the 8K3A due to the unusually high amount of VRAM. Remember, the card is modified by Anthony to have more memory than these were ever supposed to have, plus it didn't officially ship anyway, so Windows didn't really know what to do with it. But we were able to figure it out, and what we ended up doing for a workaround was booting in and out of DOS mode, but the permanent fix was to carefully desolder and move one of the SMDs on the Snow White in order to reduce the required AGP aperture size. After a couple weeks of on and off troubleshooting with this card, our original Voodoo 5 6000, we tried working through the artifacting, the crashes in multi-GPU mode, which is required because there's 4 GPUs on the card, and we narrowed down our remaining problems to the card, unfortunately. And Anthony was able to swap it out for us with the one in front of me here, and we just transplanted the heat sinks. In fairness to Anthony, this is not necessarily his fault, because in researching all of this, the Voodoo 5 5500s had these exact problems. Every bug we ran into happened on the 5500s. So the reproduction of the Voodoo card is true even down to the bugs. I mean, if you wanted a true reproduction, that's a good thing. For comparison, we're testing a couple of roughly contemporary AGP cards that have been sent to us by viewers over the years. The 1998 Real 3D i740 Starfighter, one of the cards that 3DFX actually helped to kill, and the 2000 NVIDIA GeForce 2 GTS, one of the cards that helped kill 3DFX. We thought it was fun for it to be flanked that way. Real 3D was actually a spin-off of Lockheed Martin. Yes, that Lockheed Martin. That jointly developed the i740 as what they called Project Auburn, with Intel and Chips and Technology Incorporated, making this the only consumer Intel DGPU until ARC, other than the elusive i752. And yes, Intel named its debut i740 Starfighter after the notoriously accident-prone F-104 Widowmaker, also known as the Starfighter. And we have a lot of those cards on the table here with me today. Now, the i740 was meant to champion AGP in opposition to Voodoo, to the 3DFX, and especially in opposition to the widespread PCI standard, which had only just started to switch over to AGP in a meaningful way. But as a mediocre budget card, it immediately got stomped by 3DFX and the Voodoo 2. Shortly after all this, Real 3D was shuttered in October of 1999, and Intel shifted to integrated graphics for the next 2 decades, with the arguable exception of Larrabee. The GeForce 2 series would have been the direct competitor to the last of the 3DFX Voodoo generation cards. But with the fall of 3DFX, it was left to just compete with ATI Radeon cards instead. That was before AMD purchased them. Now, our GeForce 2 GTS, which stands for Giga Texel Shader, is the original 32 megabyte launch model. So that's what we used here. Now we're getting to the testing. This is normally where we go through some methodology and tell you why our testing for whatever the part is going to be accurate. In this instance, it's a little different. So we're working with cards and products that are outside the area of direct expertise that Patrick and I have. It sort of predates any testing we did. So that's a thing to be aware of.
There wasn't really much testing of
Additionally,
it.
we are working with community
Hell,
sourced
back then,
drivers,
so.
an unofficial service pack for Windows 98. We had to hack a bunch of stuff together. We're testing software that favors Voodoo sort of intentionally for a fun showcase, because frankly, it doesn't matter. We're not reviewing these for which old video card you should buy. But in every test, performance and stability of the card varied heavily depending on what we were testing. And sort of makes sense. It also depended on whether or not Anthony's extra added VRAM was detected and functional for that software. We tried drivers from Amiga Merlin 2.9, Raziel 64 1.01.16, and the Voodoo 5 6000 resource group 1.05.04. And again, it's a handmade card with real silicon from that era, but none of it ever made it to market, so the numbers are just for fun. That's kind of what we're getting at here. Overclocking is supported through the 3DFX tools, but because of how limited these are and how difficult they were to get to work, we decided not to venture into overclocking for this one just to be safe. It is really finicky after all, and this is antique hardware. And we did one last pass in single chip mode as well, just to get sort of a like-for-like
I remember that.
To
I remember having to do that.
The Voodoo 4. That's effectively what it turns into.
5500.
Remove the other 3 GPUs. As for benchmarking, we'll start with Quake 3 Arena, a game that's strongly associated with Voodoo. Despite that association, none of the 90s Quake Trilogy games natively support the Glide API. Instead, they use OpenGL with an optional Glide wrapper. As a result, there's a quarter century's worth of opinions about the best way to run Quake 3 as recently as the last couple of years. We just installed the game, patched it, used the vanilla 3DFX VGL.dll for the Voodoo card, and we maxed out the settings. We used id's 4 demo for testing. That was the name of it. Here's the chart. Our best stable result for the Voodoo card was with a driver downloaded from the Voodoo 5 6000 resource group. There was minor scaling with VRAM on this driver, with a 4% uplift going from 128 megabytes to 256 megabyte mode. Switching to single chip mode massively downgraded performance. So
that's weird. It's not even half. That's not even half performance.
Working. But this also helps illustrate how the GeForce 2 was able to outperform the single chip Voodoo 4s, which again, a single chip Voodoo 5 here sort of is. NVIDIA's card averaged 81 FPS, which is 154% ahead of single chip mode, while the full performance Voodoo 5 6000 actually manages to outperform the GeForce 2 by 42%. We had to switch to the crammed-in old Pentium 3 system to get the i740 to work properly, and even then, it couldn't handle rendering the 2D 1280 by 1024 desktop at 32 bpp. Our Starfighter is the 8 megabyte model with no slot for extra memory. That was a feature on some variants, actually. It's not a joke, but it wasn't on this one. Quake 3 refused to even launch with the i740 installed. Up next, Unreal Tournament 99 was Glide's killer app. Unreal Tournament has true native Glide support, as well as Direct 3D for the NVIDIA and Intel cards. Theoretically, we could just slap a NIC in our bench and join a server, but we used the city intro scene for benchmarking instead, and we patched up the game to version 436. We saw heavy texture artifacting in an Unreal Tournament on our Voodoo 5, which correlated directly with the texture detail setting. The Raziel 64 driver didn't offer the best average frame rates, but it did sidestep most of the artifacting issues while introducing its own issues. Using the VRG driver, we saw a 62% performance increase from 41 FPS single chip.
How is it less than half performance, guys? What the fuck is that?
On the NVIDIA GeForce 2. It's a smaller gap than in Quake 3, but still an advantage for NVIDIA. This is 3DFX's
Where's
home turf.
1%, 0.1%?
Voodoo GPUs working together, the stable Raziel 64 result is 69% ahead of NVIDIA's card, while the Artifacty VRG result is 77% ahead at 117 FPS average. Moving on to 1024 by 768, the Starfighter did actually manage to run Unreal Tournament, but only at this resolution. The launcher recommends software, or CPU rendering, for older cards, and it explicitly mentions the i740, but we used Direct 3D to load the GPU. Intel averaged 23 FPS with the Voodoo 5 170% ahead at 63 FPS average. The Voodoo card is hugely restricted by the old Pentium 3 though, which is the reason we invested in a new motherboard and CPU. Bottlenecking in benchmarks is just as much a problem with these tests as in modern configurations. So we did as much as we could with the old new stock, or just the old stock that was available online. Up next is 3D Mark 99. UL hosts free licensed copies of legacy FutureMark suites going all the way back to the original 3D Mark 99 DX6 benchmark. 3D Mark has been a DirectX only benchmark since its inception, so this test doesn't favor
Mr. President,
Voodoo
use
as much as the
IDE
games
to set
selected.
a
We
adapter,
found the Amiga
so you can
Merlin
use an
Voodoo
actual
driver
SATA
offered the
drive.
best performance. But
One
again,
of
each
the
driver
shittiest thing, guys. One of the shittiest things about older computers is mechanical hard drives. SATA hard drives, or specifically SSDs, huge. I mean, SATA can also be mechanical, right? For sure. Huge upgrade was SSDs. Huge upgrade. And just everything that you do in your system. Even my parents, one of the things that I got for them was an SSD. Even my parents noticed the difference in speed between a mechanical hard drive and an SSD. It just makes everything so much better. Just like quality of life better.
had its own quirks. The trilinear filtering test didn't render correctly on Amiga Merlin, while the NVIDIA card had consistent problems with misshapen polygons in the 3D test. This test does provide the best example, though, of Anthony's 256 megabyte memory mode actually helping here, as the 32 megabyte texture test ran extremely poorly in 128 megabyte mode. In 256 megabyte mode, though, one edge of the texture consistently showed corruption. So we may have a bad memory chip, or it may be a software issue. Amiga Merlin's...
It kind of feels as though this guy makes these cards and doesn't actually expect people to do anything with them, more or less. He just makes them as a thing, and he's probably using kind of e-waste himself and doesn't really test it himself at all. And it's kind of like good enough. If this is someone's kind of pet project side thing, yeah, it's like someone's open source project, and you just expect there to be bugs and just shit that just doesn't work. So I'd probably go with it. I'm pretty sure for $1,500, they basically got themselves a piece of shit, is more or less the way that this is working. Now, I'm sure the guy puts work in this stuff, but he can't actually make products, and I guess he expects people not to actually want a product in the first place. So I'd say, like, Gamers Next probably sort of not really got scammed, but the guy's probably selling cards that he expects people to put in, like, fucking, what is it called? Like, basically put it on a mantle. Dip it in, not silicone, you can basically put it in a brick and acrylic. Just put it in acrylic. And it'll just be an acrylic forever. And, like, doesn't actually expect people to use these cards. And he probably knows full well that he's kind of selling sort of not really functional units.
28 megabyte test scored
Or not something you'd use on a day-to-day.
It's still 53% ahead of the GeForce 2 GTS here, even in the DirectX application. The GeForce 2's 7219 point average, in turn, outperformed the single-chip Voodoo by 156%. On the older Pentium 3 platform and at 1024 by 768, the CPU score is less than a third of what it is with the Athlon, giving us a better picture of the bottleneck. Still, the Voodoo managed a 342% advantage over the i740's original score at 5924 points versus 1339. The Voodoo card here won in every category except trilinear filtering. The i740 was incapable of running the bump mapping tests, but those aren't factored into the overall score. Even with all of that, if the Voodoo 56000 made it to market back when it were relevant, it could not have saved 3DFX. The company was doomed, and one product launch wouldn't have changed anything. And the Rampage wouldn't have saved them either. They were going up NVIDIA, which was far more calculating at the time. NVIDIA was pursuing the OEM relationships and getting far cheaper.
I don't think that had anything to do with it.
Into widespread
they fucked the pooch.
systems
Just mismanaged to fuck other company.
Front. And NVIDIA was fighting a resource battle, whereas 3DFX was still focused on just the smallest part of the enthusiast market. So NVIDIA's advantage was less exciting, and nearly everyone agrees that 3DFX's fate was sealed the moment it decided to acquire STB. And based on the Computer History Museum's interview, it sounds like the nearly everyone actually includes nearly everyone who is relevant. 3 co-founders and the original CEO.
This is like 20 years later, so you have to understand at this point it's probably a sore spot, because this was their legacy, and then they probably know that they fucked the pooch too. So at this point, they're probably like, yeah, we probably shouldn't have done that. But what did they say at the time? You don't know. And obviously it happened, so they thought it was a good idea at the time. And, I guess
all came to the same conclusion that buying STB was a mistake. And this is even back in the day. They were obligated to go along with the board's vote. If 3DFX had played nice with board partners and moved more quickly on Rampage, it may have been a different story.
Yeah.
Or maybe
They would
not.
probably still exist
The
today.
imminent rise of Radeon just after it. But this is an example where NVIDIA pursuing the money first and figuring out the high-end cards later benefited it. I look at it today. All it does is high-end right now in the 40 series era. And it gave them a resource advantage that 3DFX simply didn't have, especially after spending so much of its war chest on acquiring a board partner that just wasn't up to what they needed to do. Plus, it burned all the partnerships. Anthony...
Yeah. Something at the time. So you have to understand, guys, like board partners back then are not the same thing as board partners today. You're doing something very bleeding edge back then. Like if you have someone that says I can make motherboards or make boards for a video card that is, it's like barely in existence. Yeah, in a time period where computers were very new, even though the 80s, existed and computers were showing up then, like the Tandy. Oh my God, the Tandy from Radio Shack. The Tandy, but yeah, like, Yeah, they literally ditched something that worked for something that might work and might be better, but probably wasn't going to be because they didn't really have a track record.
He is unable to accept payments for these cards right now, so his orders are closed at the moment. For what it's worth, we paid $1,500 or something around there when we ordered ours, and he does make them and sell them, so as soon as he's accepting payments, maybe he'll open up orders and you'll be able to grab one if you want some collectible memorabilia that actually works, or mostly works. It works within the parameters of these cards working back in the day.
No. My 5500 actually worked. Occasionally you had to turn off, like what they had with the corruption issue. Occasionally you'd have to turn it to a single chip mode instead of the dual chip mode, and then it worked perfectly fine. But for the most part, like even then, like it wasn't like what they're having. They're definitely, it looks like they got a bum unit.
It contains even the bugs that they had, so it's a true representation. Anyway, this piece was a lot of fun. It was a massive amount
It's a
of
throwback.
work. So Patrick alone has over something like 60, 70 hours on this thing.
Oh!
Not counting the work
Stock
that he did
footage.
initially 2 years ago when we were first starting to troubleshoot
Oh!
stuff. But it's not like it took the whole time. It's just on and off. When you run into troubleshooting bugs and you have to source old parts, it takes some time to do. So go to store.gamersaccess.net and grab one of our brand new solder mats if you'd like to support this type of historical deep dive and look at hardware like 3DFX's Voodoo 5 6000.
Interesting. Not really interested if they're
Fun
testing
content
just a
to
bunch
work
of
on.
old cards
We
of shit.
appreciate you all
I mean,
watching.
they could,
Subscribe
but
for more as always, and we'll see
this
you
is just
all
kind of a fun throwback. Good. Did an upload in the background here, guys, while you were distracted by the lovely footage we just saw. Cool stuff, though. Uh-huh. Good. Okay. We're gonna take a look at the Reddits here. I think I'm gonna go grab a soda. Oh, and I got some lovely mail. Be right back. Let's take a peek here, guys. Covered the patch notes yesterday. Let's see. This is on trying to turn off CPPC. Project Mercury does not work. I looked at this a while ago. Another way of just process lasso. It's not reducing or removing CPPC. You can't turn off CPPC. I have a different motherboard, still can't turn it off, so. Yep, no, that's hearsay. It is common rhetoric that you don't want to use both chiplets on a dual chiplet chip, but since the 3900 or 3000 series, the interconnect has been a lot better. Yep, they're already buffing Lifeweaver. Apparently due to beta responses. And I can't wait for the Mercy Healing nerf in S4. She's not getting nerfed, she's getting rebuffed. Also, can we talk about how that guy didn't miss a single shot? Obviously, it's a clip. But that guy shot the Fair probably 9 times and never missed. 8 times, never missed. Takes 3 to kill her, by the way. They factor in hitboxes when they make heroes as a disadvantage or an advantage, i.e. Bastion. Again, guys. Okay. Oof. For it's worth, I've seen no one complain about Life Leave Result. Yeah, tell someone does something cheeky like block doorways or some stupid shit. Block, spawn doorways. I think it lasts for 15 seconds as opposed to 5 for Maze walls. The whole Ash bug fix debacle makes me think Overwatch's balance team doesn't even know what to do with heroes. What the heroes do. They had the whole work from home phase, which apparently lasted well after COVID, and I think that's part of it. Director's take, looking ahead to season 4. Yeah. Third of that was dedicated to Pride Month, so. No. AMD Reddits. And third was the hero. I don't know what Star Watch was. Oh, I think that's a skin thing. I could ask ChatGPT. I doubt it would know. XPPM probably is this just going to tell you to turn off core parking? No. $7,000, or excuse me, 8,000 series. Zen is super fast, maybe. And apparently, rumor is it is Q1 next year, so it's possible. That'd be a year and a half, so they're speeding up, maybe. Use this app from 2008 to pin your CCDs. You mean Process Lasso? Yeah, AMD cut the 7,000 series prices. Yeah, including my prices. Comp DVD saved my life. Developer update. I still haven't covered that. I don't know if I want to. This is just the same thing as... earlier dev update? Different. Every DVD survivor screaming in unison. Some last a lot longer than others, though. I do every killer being stunned. Oh yeah, the survivor mains are coming out. Okay. Alrighty, guys, let's move along. We're gonna do some OW2 suit tonight. Uh-huh. Righty. Also, I don't remember if I had MSA mode on or off, so yeah, we're just gonna go with that. We'll see what happens. Why not? Also, I don't know if this is the right... I guess we could do this. Both the same. Might be a little bit higher. Okay. Okay. Moving along. Ready? Also, I might need to fix my webcam. I bumped it. That'll happen. Alright, what does my webcam look like? It's actually not too terrible. Go. Better? Side to side should be the same. That's locked. And I bump the edge. That's right. Ish. Right-ish. Alrighty. Alrighty, guys. What kind of games are we gonna get going on here tonight? Good.
Strike from above. Establishing aerial position. Double. When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me. Double. Triple. We strike again and again.
Oh.
Strike from above.
Apparently our games are very questionable as it goes. Mine this morning weren't actually that terrible.
Increasing altitude. Okay, my head's in the game.
Is it the Farah?
Surrender to my will. They outnumber us. Keep
Good.
it tight. They've taken the robot. We need that robot to turn around. We can't let them take the lead. Up and away.
Ah, healing. I love healing. Actually, that didn't heal me at all.
Health restored.
Your team has lost the lead.
I don't remember if I had MSI mode on or off, guys. It's bugging me now. And we'll have to try changing it at some point here.
Enemy here.
Or not push him away. Don't know.
System repaired. Perfect hit.
Guys. I just fucked up my E again. That's still not fixed.
Always more
Not
to
really,
learn.
he's still dead.
Repositioning.
I don't know why that doesn't work properly. It's like I aimed down and up too fast. I was about to die, or not die, I was about to ult him too. I'm actually kind of curious how he hit me. It must have been desync. You hit me when I shifted? Huh, okay.
Returning to battle.
Enemy located.
On the move.
Over here.
Buddy. Bye.
En route.
I am ready to unleash power.
Bye. I assume he's healed up. So the difference being, if I went after the tank guys, he probably had a way to get to a health kit prior to me actually encountering him. But instead he was trying to engage, so he basically just wasted a bunch of time and then he had to respawn again. That's why I didn't attack him in the first place. Or I didn't go after him, I should say.
Barricade is pushing forward. Up and away. Almost there. We must take the lead. I don't think
Fall back.
Now. Good.
I don't stay down.
The Draken's a robot.
En route.
There's a test subject.
I wonder if my mouse is going bad. Like the weird fucking issues I'm having with it. Every fucking time. Out the right door. Buddy. Excuse me. Pardon me. I probably could have actually killed the Anna, but yeah. Alright. Alright. He's wasted 2 ults to try and kill me and failed. Good for him. Actually, he did kill me, but the monkey would have killed me. Alright, dude.
Making another approach.
Apparently the only one doing anything on the team. Good.
Increasing altitude. They're pushing the barricade. Got one here.
Yeah, I could actually fucking use... Yeah.
All systems
Over there.
nominal.
Thanks.
Repositioning.
Good. Game's still not using my 8th core, guys. That totally has something to do with CPPC. Fucking CPPC.
Up and away.
Hey, buddy. Their entire team is coming after me. That's fucking hilarious. That looks like pre-aim. That's interesting.
Always more to learn.
Good.
On the move.
Oh my god. He just fucking ran away.
A taste of poison.
I don't want to talk about it.
I'm moving the barricade.
And the soldier's cheating at the end there. He wasn't cheating the whole game, though. Let's check.
Play of the game.
Two people are in a group. Which was... Doesn't say which. Random ends. Guys, these two guys are together, which are Moira? Guys cheating, which is one of the guys that was grouped. Seeing if those are complete pre-made guys. Was it 2/3? He was known for the majority of that. The Hanzo I'm not sure about, but those might have just been cheeky shots. One of them obviously just went straight at the guy, so that's pretty easy to hit. Another one of those was kind of questionable, but that's the way it goes, so.
Strike from above.
Oh boy. Oh my god, good evening time! Just in time. Oh!
City of unfettered scientists, yeah. Until they call Helix in tears at 2 in the morning because the wolf bats escaped.
Don't
Again.
shame them, Farah. Don't shame them. Their tolerances are a little bit less than yours. Wow.
Round 1. Capture.
Very unaccepting behavior.
Establishing aerial position.
Mind me, I guess I'll heal myself, despite being right next to the healer. Not the guy. Not the guy. He's at like 10 HP. And looks like he might be cheating.
Always more to learn.
Whenever you see people not do proper flicks, guys, and they're like they do like the cheeky, hey, I'm just gonna shoot this guy once, to show how accurate they are shit, it's usually someone that's cheating. But it... Oh, buddy. I maintained my altitude a little bit different, so I'm gonna get hit. I also pointed out the wrong guy. Good. They definitely need to change pings. So when you ping, I'm pretty sure the McCree's cheating. You can pick who you're pinging, not just the person. When you die, you get to ping whoever like you're looking at, not who last hit you, because oftentimes you'll get picked by someone that isn't low on health, and if you're on voice comms, you could easily point out whoever's low on health. There's no reason that should be a gated feature. And it didn't fire for some reason. Good.
Returning to battle.
We have full health in here. Stop.
Justice reigns from above. Got one.
Okay, Anna, good job. I can't even get to this point in time, so it doesn't fucking matter.
First round lost.
Probably a pre-made. Because we can.
0-1.
You stack.
No one's a natural. We all have to put in the work.
Not in a group. You can't leave the group prior to them accepting or denying
There is
your invite.
always room for improvement.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objectives.
What is that fucking supposed to mean? People don't like playing with a huge advantage in pre-mades? Definitely sure the McCree is cheating. I think he's missed like once on me, as outside the door. Pre-aim again. Not in direct position though.
Let's show them some
Good.
Helping you out.
On the move.
Person. Now? Kind of feels that way. Ball showed up. It's trying to kite to the medkit.
Making another approach. Repositioning. Establishing aerial position.
Oh. And two tapped.
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, he's supposed to be exactly in the same spot. Good. See if we can get some juicy pre-aim on this guy. Delayed, maybe?
Always more to learn. On the move.
Enemy turret sighted.
Tactical visor activated. En route.
The name's Cassidy.
I think we've gotten healed like twice this match. Good. Don't worry, Doomfist. You don't need to punch the guy that's trying to kill me. That's fine. Everything's a-okay. No. He's just going to aim pre-aim. Yeah, no. Good for him. Not pre-aim. Yeah, solo queue me. One that's doing anything on the team, guys. Good shit. We're gonna take a look at the guys. Normally look at replays, guys. He was missing shots in there. Take a peek.
Ready for battle. A cure for all the days. The objective is now
A lot of shots.
Swift as the wind, and dim as the night.
How you want?
Not complete pre-aim.
misery made manifest.
You don't know when to quit. I need a medic. Much obliged.
Nice hitting every single one of those shots.
It's a cold day in hell.
Be nourished.
Useful, this is locked in spawn.
One. Round two. Capture the objective. Pain is inevitable.
So, when people don't manually toggle on and off, they actually, like, the aimbot's program to miss for them. Just looking for some juicy pre-aim. shots again.
The objective is now active.
I'll be taking the objective.
I wish you could get rid of all the shit that's on the sides of the screens, like just not just replays, but just in general when you're playing the game. Especially the low health effects, which are much worse than they were in Overwatch 1. It looks like he has some hit reg misses in here too, where he's shooting the target and it's just not registering.
You know you just hang there when you do that?
Yeah. That's why I generally don't know, unless I'm guaranteed a kill or doing something useful. In that case, it's trying to blow up the wall. And ruin the push. Ruin push momentum.
Eyes open now.
Keep that in mind.
Anna checking in.
You will be renewed.
Feel like a new man. See me?
Not seeing anything, guys. This actually looks pretty normal. I think we just got stepped on. Not but specifically by the McCree, but the entire team.
That's how you fan the hammer. That's how you fan the hammer.
See, so if we talk specifically, guys, about like people that cheat in Counter-Strike, they'll never look directly at you when they get good at it because it's a dead giveaway that they're cheating. So what you'll see is what I call a null zone, which is they'll kind of look in your general direction, but they won't look exactly at you because it's a dead giveaway. So you'll see preferences for people that are about to peak or on angles that are being held, especially like late pushes, and they'll just happen to rotate exactly the right spot. And it has to become a trend. It takes forever to fucking find cheaters in Counter-Strike when they're cheating.
I've got you in my sights. Get out of my...
Like, each time he's not really looking at the opening. He's not looking directly at the players, but every time someone's about to show up or in front of his aim, like he'll like look towards a direction, like right on top of him, but then he stops himself from looking at him, like that right there.
Get out of my way.
Surrender to my will.
But I don't know. I wouldn't report this. There's a lot of lower hanging fruit of this guy. So this would take like multiple games to watch this guy.
There they are.
Kind of a pre-aim. Well, that was a wall shot, but I could have just flex. Unless we see something really juicy at the end here. Just for me, and I'm dead. Alright. Enough of this. Nothing of interest there, guys. I felt like we were going to see some pre-game there, and there wasn't. There is really good,
Strike from above. Aerial positioning underway.
wall hack discipline, I guess I'd call that. Or, just wasn't anything going on there. Sometimes, occasionally, you see something that looks kind of weird, but then that disappeared. So, next game. Happy Fry Sack, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening.
Strike from above.
Our mission awaits us.
Where's the payload?
Hello there.
I've got a good feeling. This could be our best mission yet.
That's a witch thing. You tie them. You tie them so they can't swim, and then you tie some rocks to them. They got it.
Forget regulation. After this mission, I'm throwing a party.
That's an old witch burning thing. And basically, you're wrong no matter what. They'll kill you if you're a witch, and they'll kill you if you aren't a witch. So,
3, 2, 1.
better than the same guys.
Over there.
Escort the payload.
Free tap.
Enemy here.
Are they doing it so you can't report the right one? Let's see. Is witch. How would you figure out who is the person if they have... Oh, I guess we can at the end game screen? So they might be doing this to harbor a cheater. Huh. How do you figure out who to report? If one of them is cheating. Oh. This guy's like 100% accurate. What's the other guy? He's a healer.
Making another approach.
Hey. Hello.
Yeah.
Payload is at its cautious.
Here's your payload. Let's keep it going. Time to... Are we moving the payload or what? Aerial positioning underway.
There's a test subject.
How do you figure out how to report who to report in the social screen if they're both named the same thing? Missing now. The old Anna trick. I wonder if there's a, like, this is kind of one of the things, the combos? This guy's definitely cheating, mind you. Like, the combos where you get multiple people that, like, attack you at exactly the same moment, I wonder if there's a way to combo it through a cheat. Like, where you could call for combined attack, and then it would attack the same person at the same time. I'm not hitting any of my fucking shots in here for some reason. Open, you miss.
Health restored. Up and away.
What the fuck is going on with my damage, guys? The fuck is that shit? What?
I don't want to talk about it.
Fuck. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the McCree's cheating. That aside, I'm not doing shit. Fuck off, dude. No.
I've got you covered.
Res. No. Revenge kill. It was a 3-tap.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Be cautious.
On the move. Take caution.
Hello there. Time is of the essence. Join with me.
Up and away.
Try and aimbot grenade me? No.
On the move. Establishing aerial position. I see an enemy. Positioning.
Something's going on here, guys. Gonna revenge kill me? Couldn't. Bye, McCree. He had to get me good. He had to show me at the end of all that. Oh. Very sure the McCree's cheating. And that was a revenge or, not an ego kill. There we go. Not a revenge kill. That whole sequence was meant to kill me. And he didn't. Dude, my aim. What the fuck is going on here? Yeah. Two tap. He's legitimately shooting the wall instead of the player because he's fucking up his strafe with cadence.
I see a hostile.
The skies await.
Even though his aim is snapping to the player, he's firing at the wrong time. Very weird.
We're outnumbered. Be advised. Taking off. Returning to battle. En route.
Stay.
Must get it moving.
Try to shoot down me. Grenade. And one tap jumping around the corner. Not even close enough to fan the hammer. Yeah, this guy's 100% cheating. Looks like he has it set up occasionally to drain his accuracy or replenish his bank, I guess you could say, and then he'll start 2 and 3 tapping mainly me. He does some pre-aim too. Something's fucked up with my aim here. Yeah. And this guy's just being cheeky fuck now. Pre-aiming before he jumps around the corner, that's why he can do that.
All systems
Good.
nominal. On the move.
So let's, before this ends, we might actually need to see. Let's see.
Remaining.
Come on, team. Push
I
the
am ready
payload.
to unleash coalescence. We need
They're
to
gonna
move
lie
the
about it.
payload.
How the fuck would you figure out which Lee is which? At the end of this, they're both gonna be called Leah in the replay.
Repositioning.
I guess we're just gonna have reporting both of them. I don't think there's any way to actually differentiate who's who.
30 seconds remaining.
Might as well. Good. I should have done that before he even got closer. There was literally 2 healers behind me, one that was ulting that refused to heal me and instead was trying to shoot the Ramada. Good. Right. Game.
Play of the game.
And this guy's 100% cheating. I was hoping there might be a different way. So both these guys are grouped together, obviously. Let's see. Let's go into the replay and maybe there's some other way to figure this out. But my guess is they're named the same thing. So if you report one, you're going to report the wrong guy. It's a way of obfuscating who's cheating.
Bad guys, take them out.
No, they're both just called Leah on the replay. Oh, here we go. You can figure it out. So thank God, because if I went here, I use endorsements, they're both called the same thing. They're both called Leah, right? Thank God that they put in last match what actually attaches your most played character to the username. If they didn't do this, there would legitimately be no way for me to figure out who is who here. There would have been no way for me to figure out who's who if this was not here. Okay. Well, Anna, I think, was normal. She did shoot me once, but that doesn't matter. Next game. Oh, prior to doing that, my aim still fucking feels funky as fuck. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Let's try and fix that right now. Oh, we just got a queue. Lovely. Alright, so maybe I had this set up wrong. Booting. Alright, guys. I need to take a piss. I'll be right back. 1 second. Alrighty. One of my fucking things is fucked up. Before we do that, no. Yes. Definitely not a recon. That shouldn't matter. That's the same. It's actually different on my other motherboard. I have to restart anyways, because that's fucked up. This this. Right, move that guy. Then move to the right slot. Not. What about that? Yeah, yep, we did. There we go. Good. Yeah. Well, after we start regardless. All right. Also feels different, unrelated. Time to get fucking water. 45-second boot time, guys. What a miss. Oh, you missed so much, Bensem-kun. I know. No, guys. Oh, you loaded my desktop and everything. Got things ready for me. Oh, jeez. And once again, I don't know which setting I had it on as far as MSI mode goes, so I guess it's going to be trial and error. Different. I didn't move my mouse around. I just moved my keyboard. My keyboard is technically a high refresh rate device. Very high refresh rate device because it's 8,000 hertz. I want that fucking around with my mouse. Two. The internal one. Yep. Off we go. Chipset hub. Which I guess technically is faster. It shouldn't matter. I don't think that impacts latency at all. USB device latency. There's like no information on USB latency. Go. Alright. Turn on MSI mode, which definitely changes things. Better or worse, don't know. Not good. good.
Scatter. Touch the sky. Into the air. Picked off. Dispersing. Where's your jetpack?
Double
Increasing altitude. You were
Wasn't what? Wasn't what, huh?
traveling to Nepal.
Alright.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Turn on eye bleed mode here. There we go. Good, good, good.
strike from above. Hi, hello. If you ever need help, just fly to me, Angela.
Ah, my hero. You're like a knight in flying armor.
That's what I'm going for.
Slightly off. What the fuck's going on here?
5, 4, 3, 2.
Turned off C states. For some reason I noticed that it looks like it's reducing my my core frequency though. I don't know why. Even though C states is off. And a headshot. Good.
I will not waste this opportunity. Up and away. Scatter.
The objective
Instantaneous sleep dart on me, and a bunch of hits. We got a really accurate widow.
Notch the mother. Enemy over here. Repulsion.
Almost.
Enemy here. Scatter. Enemy over here. Sniper. Here. Thanks for the assist. Positioning. I see an enemy.
I hit everything except the people standing in front of me.
You better stay up.
Actually, I hit the Genji. That shot felt like it should have hit the Genji though. It only hit me.
Aerial positioning underway.
Heroes never die.
Excellent teamwork. Rain from above.
No, team wipe for you.
Health restored. I don't think so. Taking the point, moving.
That fucking timing.
Thank you.
Thanks for the assist. Repulsion.
I just got shot by the McCree. Yeah. He killed me, but I just got tapped by that McCree that instantly knocked me around the corner. Ew. That's a bad spot to be in.
Best round 1.
Step right up.
Score.
Feels like I pulled something in my arm when I stretched. That's not good.
One more mission, huh? I'm in.
That's my good arm. Good. Good evening, Ben.
Pre-flight checklist complete. Running clean and hot.
Good, good, good.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Not doing too hot, guys. Still not. Feels off. I'm gonna go res. There we go. Yeah. Beautiful.
Repositioning. I'm
The
taking the
objective
objective.
is now
Converge on me. Incoming. Taking to the air. I see an enemy. I am power. En route. Enemy over here. Thank you.
Oh. And their entire team came back for the Anna. Healing grenade, guys. Good.
All systems nominal.
Get a health back.
On the move.
There's a diva. Thought Reinhardt had that, guys. Oh, was it just for me? It was! Oh, they're so cute! They did it to me, too. I did that earlier in the match. Oh, my... Okay. Alright, Reinhardt, you got her good. Now... Yes. Just meant for me again. Except for pre-made shit. Huh?
I left the target.
So Diva can basically kill... Hi? So Diva basically can kill, like, Hey, Digi.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Pretty much anyone by dumping her cooldowns. Regardless of who you are. Waiting for a 2-tap.
Always more to learn. En route.
Acknowledged. Nano wound almost ready.
Targeting hostile. Increasing altitude.
Nano wound is ready. Get in. And
of my shots are going where I'm aiming right now, guys. What the fuck's going on here? Trying to kill her before I shouldn't even I tried to save myself. When that happens, I literally just need to kill the diva. That's it. Even if I die. That's the best case scenario. Losing a tank's a big deal. Okay, there's no way I could hit fucking directs right now. What the fuck's going on? Fuck.
I will not waste this opportunity. Checking in. En route. Let's show him some air power.
Dust off the boots.
I got 2 tap by the McCree, and then single tap by the Anna, and the tiny little bit I was exposed. Insta snap to me.
Score
Good.
1-1.
Right out is the name. Glory is the game. I'll protect you, friends.
Try capping.
Round 3. Capture.
Underway.
Make it count.
High power. Excellent teamwork.
Yeah. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. That's pretty funny.
Coming off the bench. Constructing my teleporter. Repositioning.
My timing's like completely off on my shots. Maybe the new motherboard wasn't a good thing. Well, luckily I still have the old one, so there's that.
I will not waste this opportunity. En route.
Hank keeps trying to step on my dick. Was he just fucking shooting a wall? Where was he the entire match?
Shake it off.
Challenge I cannot face.
Say what?
Hey.
100% accurate Anna. Good.
All systems nominal. Taking to the air. Heads up.
That's an ultimate.
Rains from above.
Or he's gonna leave him.
But we got it done.
Okay.
Thanks.
I don't know, guys. Good.
The skies await.
I don't know where my aim is. Okay. A lot of shots felt like I should hit, and I wasn't hitting them. Let's see. Did I fucking miss something? My mouse feel fucking off. Good. A legacy, I think I have legacy mode off. What changed? Besides, obviously, my chipset. Second, guys. States are off. Can't show you guys what I'm doing in the BIOS because NVIDIA doesn't let me. AMD video cards, or at least they used to, would output to your entire to all ports at the same time. So no matter what monitors are plugged in, you'd be able to see what's actually happening. You guys can't see this, so you actually watch what I'm doing in the BIOS. Huh. I didn't change any of this stuff. Hmm. Good. Well, hope you guys are having a wonderful fry set. Supposed to be a drop-in replacement, guys, and just work. Maybe it's a... I got an idea. I did switch NICs are different here. I have a Realtek NIC now instead of an Intel NIC. That might be part of it. Get into Windows. That's kind of funny because I was trying to get away from the Intel Nick. Maybe the Intel Nick was better. No way. No way. Maybe. Fuck. I mean, there's another NIC built into the motherboard too, so I could technically use that. One moment, please. Please stand by. Bum, 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 bum. One moment, please. Mouse feels different though. That's the fucking problem here. There's a lot of things that can influence my mouse. I don't know if my mouse feels different or there's more input lag or what's going on here. Second. Stuff I can't show you guys. What is NS offload? I can show you this stuff though. Uh-huh. Remember which one of these to turn off. Sleep state. Wait. You motherfucker. Oh. Alright. Let's give her a go. Alright. Enough of that. I know you guys were enjoying the music. Beautiful. Well, I guess I gotta tweak a bunch of shit again. Good. This is supposed to be the chosen one. You were the chosen one, Motherboard. You were the one. Good, good, good.
Welcome to Esperanza. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Ready. Mm-hmm. Fucking weird, guys. I don't want to say it's an off night. Off nights are always an excuse for shit that's going on. Very weird. Feels like my accuracy is shit right now, though, and I can't hit directs for the life of me. Like, it feels like my computer's unresponsive. Or slow to respond. Poor responsiveness. Fuck is that? Usually when shit like when that happens, my aim goes to shit. The fuck is that?
My hero.
I've only done that since I went to Windows 11. Now it feels like my aim's fucked up again.
Are you scared? Are you 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
I am the Junker Queen.
Hates you? I don't know, Craig. It feels like just kind of like paranoia. It feels sometimes like I have a virus on my computer and there's someone that watches my stream just to fuck with me and like messes with my info leg somehow. It's legitimately like what it feels like. Some of the stuff that I change, it doesn't feel like I'm actually changing anything that makes sense. Rather, it just feels like it's fucks up whatever program's running in the background.
Stick with the robot.
There's a fucking echo flying around somewhere. Yeah. Good.
The barricade is making progress. They took him from us. Justice.
There we go. Alright.
Up and away. Hi. Enemy team outpaced.
Better.
Great work, team. Health restored.
What?
Over there.
Get out!
Fucking left. Okay.
Ultimate is charged.
Very, very accurate soldier. Ruh-roh! But yeah, that's literally what it fucking feels like. It literally feels like someone remotes into my fucking computer, which causes that stutter, and then something explodes. Either maybe it's one of my peripherals. Like, I'm getting gaslit by one of my peripherals that's faulty. That can actually do that, by the way, but like, there's no reason to assume that, besides just weird slight delay. Like, it's not like I get to input and, output delay sound constantly. Alright, Mercy.
Always more to learn. Repositioning.
Sterben nicht.
Meteor strike. Soldier 76 reporting for duty.
Yeah.
Increasing altitude. Thanks. Returning to battle.
I'm in aim.
At least it doesn't feel like my aim's completely fucked up right now. So, it was pretty bad earlier. What the fuck? Okay. Alright, game. Apparently I can't line up the window. Soldier is incredibly, incredibly accurate.
Escorting the robot.
Rains from above.
On my way.
Heat check confirmed. I will not waste this opportunity. On the move.
I felt like it should have hit. I wonder if this fucking motherboard uses a bridge chip for the video card, and that's causing like some sort of input latency. That should be like barely existent, but no, you're not.
Thanks for the assist.
Large utility robot in our control.
Like a fledgling echo there, guys.
Together.
Forward spawn activated.
Taking off. Enemy over here.
Get her, Diva! Get her! Oh my god. Intercept that Diva!
We're about to lose the lead.
Oh.
Justice served.
Oh. Jesus Christ. But I want to kill Mercy!
Adaptive circuits engaged. Diva.
What? Oh, that's a grenade.
Moving along now.
Oh, jeez. Well, this feels better. Those are a couple of really bad games. It kind of sucks, guys, when you do really fucking well. I'm not talking like just good stuff works out for you and like you just do really well, but it feels like you're actually performing really well.
Excellent team.
And then you just run into technical issues that just kind of drain you. We're signing him right now. We're using the sign as cover. Please, aimbot grenade gone. Well, that's supposed to be big. I don't know, guys.
Shake it off. I am empowered.
Better. Still not as good as we were doing the last couple nights, so. Not broken, don't fix it, sort of shit. Oh, I thought I had an angle. I do not have an angle. Huge waste. Trying to line of sight the rest of the team. Fucked up my E. I don't understand that. I was aiming down. Oh, bye. Yeah.
Repositioning.
Oh. Still not going exactly where I'm aiming. Maybe buying this motherboard was a mistake, guys. Maybe I'm mistaken. She wanted to play house. What the fuck was that? Your war crimes do not allow you to play house. Take a lot of damage, guys.
I am empowered. Taking to the air.
Right there.
30 seconds.
Far enough away where we can kill him and survive. That's a beautiful. I know what Mercy was doing on top of the bus, but that is so. For what it's worth, it looks like I'm actually getting higher FPS than with my old motherboard. That shouldn't even be a thing, mind you. What's a highlight? What'd I do? I did something good? You talking about the Mercy trying to play house? Go back to my mind. No. Our Mercy doesn't seem to actually know how to use Guardian Angel quite well. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. Here, new sample. They actually take the lead from us? No. On here. Okay. Dude, the fucking UE at the top of the screen, guys, I think still is not very... it does not tell you with ease look who is winning. I know you can figure it out based on the little push things and whatnot. There should, it literally should be just like a red light, green light shit. I don't understand this. Yeah, it was a Mercy that tried. We'll give her a vote. You for saves textures. What? Textures as a player. Well, that feels better, but that's still not good. Maybe it's they splitting between X8 for 2 slots. It could mean that they're using a bridge chip. could mean that the chipset's also doing it. I mean, we did really fucking well. It didn't feel like... Accuracy still feels off. I don't know, guys. Feels like I'm missing directs here that I should be hitting. I wasn't really getting that. Another motherboard. It does feel like there's less input delay now, though. I'm not sure. Maybe not. Wish I had a reflex analyzer. It's like the one fucking thing I've wanted through all the shenanigans, guys, that I'm doing right now. The one thing I really fucking wanted was a reflex analyzer. Mainly a new monitor. That's gonna come with a reflex analyzer. That felt like I was shooting at that guy, and I obviously wasn't. These shots still don't feel on. IDK.
Strike from above.
All right, then. Test me.
Pre-flight checklist complete. Running clean and hot.
Safety first. Taking down enemies, first in a path.
Good. Huh. Well, let's take it out my motherboard and putting it back in for a second time, you know?
Capture objective A.
Over here.
It's almost a 2-tap.
I don't think so.
Hey, just leave you? Alright. Voice comes. Good.
All systems nominal. Increasing altitude.
My soul will ignite.
Escort the payload.
Now go get it. En route.
Getting fucking heals, guys. Literally right next to the healers. Good. That was a heal. It didn't hit me in time.
Making another approach.
I don't understand that. I looked down at a fire. I looked down at a fire. I don't understand. Where is it? Where is it going? What's happening? Why is the shooting late or early? I don't know if it's late or early because I looked back up. Huh. That's fucking weird. No. That guy came out of the door looking directly at my position while firing an icicle.
Always more to learn. En route. Establishing area position.
Yeah.
The payload has stopped. Why?
Enemy over here.
Fucking Christ. Mm-hmm.
The skies await. Right back at you.
May seems sus as fuck, guys. I'm just pointing that out. This suspect. Also, McCree might have something happening. He didn't earlier, though. Was that 325?
Returning to battle.
Good. We'll see. Pretty sure the May's cheating.
Always more to learn. Taking off.
Off, dude. Like, I have like 3 people on my dick? Oh, I got a healing orb now. This guy's still fucking back doing there. There's a May again. Hey, he's fucking trying to do it again. Fuck off. It's definitely a pre-made. Jesus fucking Christ.
They outnumber us. Keep it tight. Moving the payload. Let's keep it going.
The Kiriko might also have something going on there, but they could just be memeing.
Driving the payload forward. Let them up.
Pain feels off again, guys. Good. Any day. Any day, game. Literally fucking aim the guy right directly in front of me.
Come on.
I don't stay down.
Try a little harder. Round number. Stay sharp.
Accuracy's actually not that bad. It doesn't fucking feel that way, though.
Taking off.
Good. Like, I can't fucking hit directs for the life of me when it fucking matters.
System repair.
Uh-huh. Doing for you, dude. He's definitely pre-made just trying to fuck with me, too. Is that the May? Yep. May, I'm pretty sure, is very certain is cheating. Yeah, that's pre-aim. This guy's definitely cheating. He's literally fucking looking at me through the pillar to line up a shot. You can fuck off, dude.
The skies await. En route.
Feels like we don't have a team either. Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, they're literally just trying to shoot mid. Like, their entire team is just trying to kill me.
Soothing your wounds.
Guy is... Yeah, this guy's also cheating. That's the healer. I thought they're just memeing. Jesus Christ, the fucking E.
What's up?
Thought they're just memeing, but...
The payload is progressing nicely.
Good.
Aerial positioning underway.
10
Nope. Good.
All systems nominal.
All right. So let's do reports. I don't know about the soldier. If he was, he's toggling on and off. Ash, which was the one of the guys? No. Ash is cheating, or excuse me, the McCree, or the aim.
Traveling to New Queens. Prepare for
Back. And Kiriko. May was definitely cheating. More so you could tell when she's playing on Ash. I don't know about the... It's easier to tell with hit scans than... projectile heroes. If they're playing a projectile hero, they'll just naturally miss shots just because you try and juke. But both those guys were pre-aiming or tracking through walls. Especially the fucking May. Called that immediately. I don't know about the soldiers slash McCree. Obviously, players are just going to hit good shots on you on occasion. It's just going to happen, and that's what it looked like with him. The other two, I'm very certain are cheating, though.
Forgot your parachute? Justice served.
That didn't go off.
Blasted. Touch the sky.
Like, I swear to God, guys, sometimes it feels like the game... This is where the whole dynamic difficulty adjustment comes in. Sometimes it really feels like the fucking game is trying to stop you from killing people. Like, it tries to stop you from aiming at them. It is very, very difficult to deal with. I don't know what it is.
Select your hero.
Good. Uh-huh. I'm gonna play more off stream too when I'm done streaming here, guys.
Good leadership makes
As always, and seeing if I'm still having the same problems offline.
Hello.
Deux amarres, comme si une ne suffisait pas.
I pointed out.
Enemy over here.
There you go.
Increasing altitude. I knew I'd come.
Let's leave Mercy to die. Close enough.
I see an enemy.
God. Yep. Had to kill them before the sniper showed up again. All right.
Thanks for the
Well, they lost the first fight. What's a Clydesdale? Ooh, I've heard that before. Try it. Okay, you got off the payload. Oh, wait. That's a siren, isn't it?
I am power.
So ours. The sirens, some like the World War II sirens have really like a Claxton. They have really weird names. I guess that could be a horse name, wouldn't it? I don't want your aimbot grenade. No. Oh yeah, the footstep sounds. Yeah, that's how you know fucking Widow's around. The clippity clops. She has very distinctive footsteps by design. He's gonna come around with an aimbot grenade at some point here. Maybe not. No. Uh-oh.
Enemy over here. Excellent team.
There's an aimbot grenade. I can feel it somewhere. There it is. Oh. Alright.
Let's keep it going.
Can you punch through, Can you punch through the Doomfist block? I don't think I've ever tried. Some things like shields you can punch through, which is great, because I think, honestly, like, a punch should be treated like true damage. It should always connect. You should go through, well, deployed shields and hit health pools directly through defensive abilities. Like, you should be able to punch through a roll, which makes you vulnerable. Ah. Mercy. That was not the way, Mercy. accuracy is kind of No 50% accuracy though. Been try for a hook. He's waiting for his ult.
Enemy turret down. Taking off. Thanks for the assist.
Oh, I'm alive. I'm dead. I had 2 HP. Literally 2 HP. I actually saw 2 HP on my screen. No. Stutter, that's my wallpaper. Alright, Doomfist. That's not good. Found the turret, guys.
Let's show him some air power. Positioning.
I almost made that. Headshots from his ultimate. The fuck is that? What? The fuck was that? I got headshot multiple times. What? I didn't even know he could headshot with his ult. Oh. I don't know if it's better to shift or E away from that. It might be a shift. Because E actually has to travel.
Into the iris.
I need to go after her, not after the Tracer. I was trying to kill the Tracer. Usually, if you land like 2 hits, she's dead, but I guess we land 2 hits, so.
Positioning.
Enemy turret detected.
I am empowered. 60 seconds.
You killed that Anna. Anna. Hey! And aimbot grenade. Uh-oh. That looked like pre-aim. Uh-oh. He was normal all game. What's going on now?
Let's get it done.
My ultimate is charged. Take this.
Get rid of her. Good. Tried.
Help me. Turret detected. Returning to battle. On the move.
Good. Not sure. Something started happening there with that McCree, guys. Whatever. Feels like the last 30 seconds of the match basically wouldn't matter. Good. Still feels like we aren't hitting directs properly. Playing Widow earlier? Yes. No. Oh, it was a fill, wasn't it? Be nice if this game, like your chat should have timestamps for the match. Should have timestamps for the match and it doesn't. When the fuck this happened? Okay, I gotta take a piss, guys. 1 second. Okay. Still feels off. Was it the match before this? It felt off, like I couldn't direct, and actually had really good accuracy. Yeah, 57-17. I couldn't direct hit people though. Pretty sure I've seen the Caesar guy before.
Dispersing.
Ooh.
Going down. Messy, but we got it done. Double kill.
Welcome to Blizzard World.
Mm-hmm. By the way, a couple games ago we saw the Mei that was cheating. That's like no different than seeing Hanzo with the aimbot. It's easier to cheat with the Hanzo because the projectiles are a little bit faster though. Or Zen cheaters. There's people that cheat on Zen too, which looks really fucking weird because it usually leads each projectile, so you'll see them like go like this. The way it looks like they're fucking like connecting missiles or something on the screen. It's not remotely legit looking. Because Zen has a decent amount of lead time on his projectiles.
When I was younger.
That a compliment?
Be the judge.
Okay. Thanks for the compliment.
One. Attack commencing.
Hey, sure.
I see an enemy.
Good. Oh, look, a headshot. Good. cheating. See the pre-aim. Good.
Take this. Over there.
On the side. Oh. Woo! Oh, missed. And look, a headshot again. Oh, that's gonna happen a lot, guys. It's a cheating widow. Good. Almost tracked me fully through that pillar. Good for you. Mm-hmm.
En route. Taking to the air.
Ha 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 ha! That's a 2 for 1. Good. That really sucks. Can't finish that. Hey, buddy, don't mind me. I mean, I would really like. What the fuck was that? Okay. I think he. I don't know what the fuck that was. I don't think the Widow's cheating? You don't need to think the Widow's cheating. Cheating is very, very easy. Very common in this game. The only thing that stops people from cheating is goodwill. And maybe the fact they don't know that it's easy to cheat in the game. Never used to be that hard. Oh my god, I could have killed him. Apparently you can't get in there. Not actually a doorway. I was like, I've never seen this hallway before. Yeah, that's not a hallway. Oh. That's not where we want to be. Excuse you. Oh my god, at least we got bodied. Good.
Enemy turret. Always more to learn. Aerial position.
Hey! Stick to the payload! Enemy turret sighted. Enemy turret destroyed.
Yeah.
Require assistance at my
I don't know where Big Med is. I don't know where healers are either. I think they're dead. Nope. Tracks are pretty good. For now.
Let's show them some air power.
Not forgetting the payload, are we?
Let's kick this off. There's one. Stop him. Messy, but we got it done.
Widow's soldier now. I told you what. As a pre-aim. I mentioned it right when it's happening. It happened twice. Ah, I see. Hey! Bad spot. I could have possibly eaten. I was trying to kill the ball too. I assumed he wasn't going to roll past me, and he did.
Payload's a sitting duck right now. Come here to get the turret.
Let's take him to the wasteland.
I want enemy.
Enemy turret down.
That's the Widow.
I've got you in my sights.
Thanks. Okay, I want enemy. Getting rusty, old man. Eyes on a target. My payload's moving. Pylon. Enemy turret here. Keep them in. Enemy turret.
Good. please. Bye-bye.
Forgot your parachute? Let the kitsune guide you!
I thought I landed in a good area, too. Oh. Good. Didn't make it in time. So there's all different sorts of aimbots too. Like last time you guys saw not that one just now, but the kill prior to that it unlocks. Good aimbots will unlock. So it won't hard to lock to you when you're moving. So it looks really fucking weird. Depends if some will have a minimum lock distance, and if the mouse is too different from the player model or detach. So it doesn't look really weird once again. Humanization is the general term they use to describe that. Turret again. It needs to, like, the game needs to reward you better, guys, for killing turrets. It really does. It really fucking does. It doesn't tell, like, it puts a little message in the top. It's like half the size of the normal one, and I don't even think it counts for limbs or damage. You wouldn't want you farming turrets, you know. Killing a turret's a big deal. If you don't kill it, no one kills it, and it does a shitload of damage to your entire team. Still alive.
This round goes to me.
Yeah. No. The buff to coalescence, guys, is going to be a huge deal. Moira being able to shift and, well, she's coalescing is going to be a huge, huge deal. Oh my god, Idolin, good evening. Oh no, are you telling me I should go to bed? Or actually eat dinner and not go to bed? I don't go to bed for a while. I still have to go through my second round of games. Jumped the wrong way. Good. No, actually, this game looks fine. Well, it's a the real fuckery in this game, guys, is if there is dynamic difficulty adjustment in this game, oh, that would piss me off so much. There was an Overwatch 1. Performance and consistency of performance in Overwatch 1 was nothing like this game. This game is so hard to get consistent in, it's like ridiculous. And I'm not talking about like with characters or aiming or shit. Well, actually, it's like the consistency of your aim and your responsiveness to your aim. God, I'll go in friggin'. Fuck you, turret. Don't worry, I'll take time to my missiles, blow it up again, it's fine. That's if I hit it. Oh, what a nice guy. Oh yeah, that's lovely. Huh. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Wasn't that a beautiful end, guys? I think that was beautiful. That was so beautiful. Also, we had some pretty good healing at the end there. Oh my god. We'll thank your healers. She wasted her bong. He was supposed to die. That's why I looked away. Lovely. He possibly could have even killed me during that, but he fired too late. Alrighty, guys. And then at the end of the match, like, the soldier kind of looks sus and then not really, so I don't know. But that's the way things go. So cheating in this game has gotten a lot worse than it was in Overwatch 1. In Overwatch 1, When people cheat, they'd usually use an accuracy tweak, so they wouldn't basically be they wouldn't toggle on and toggle off, which has set like intervals you can imagine during which they're really accurate and then they aren't accurate at all and they're really accurate, right? That's pretty easy to understand. So they'll use something like they'll just reduce their accuracy back in Overwatch 1, or instead of being 100% accurate, reduce their accuracy to be 70% accurate, which is still really fucking good. In Overwatch 2, when I came back, people were just like fucking hard toggling again, where they just toggle on, toggle off, toggle on, and it's very easy to see. Right now, in like probably the last week or so, it seems to be becoming more common in quick play. It seems like quick play is also, you guys go, why would anyone cheat in quick play? There's a couple reasons. No one takes quick play seriously. The teams are usually really unbalanced, which is something that cheaters really enjoy. And you don't need to have endorsements or any sort of, you can use a brand new account in quick play. But yeah, in quick play, people are more likely to fuck around, and because they don't think there's going to be any retribution for what's going on. The last week or so, it definitely seems like it's more common to see people that will use like an accuracy aimbot, where they'll reduce their accuracy but still be insanely accurate. That's usually offset because it'll look like it's consistently misses. It'll look like they're intentionally flicking to the side of your character. Very fucking weird. And it has nothing to do with the difficulty of the shots. Sometimes you'll see people missing you even when you're basically standing still or barely moving. Yeah, and that's very, very difficult to pick out. But I've seen also people stagger it well. They'll do like missed accuracy but still be really accurate, and then do like hard toggles. We had a guy like that last night, the missed accuracy again and hard toggles. But that last game, that Widow definitely looked like she was fucking cheating at the beginning, but then we didn't see that at all. After like the first couple kills, they swapped to Soldier 76, and very accurate at first, and then stopped being accurate. So yeah, other things were killing me. Good way to go. Yeah, it's pretty good. Like I said, it still feels off, but that was better. Like, we had some really, my aim was chonky. Something felt fucking off. Something felt off. I mean, that's really fucking good. Stat-wise, it's really good. Once again, if there's dynamic difficulty adjustment in this game, I really fucking hate Blizzard, so. But tight corridors are really good for fair accuracy as opposed to open areas. But then, like, that bad. That's almost 50%. That's pretty good. If we get around 20% for directs, that's very good. And above 40% on just accuracy in general is also very good. If you guys are curious about numbers here. This is pretty good too. What did I change? What the fuck did I change? I moved my mouse and my keyboard around. And then I turned MSI mode back on. So sometimes, if you guys didn't know, if you guys are looking for a general tweak, which will probably help you out, your computer usually has multiple controllers in it, USB controllers. And if you have high input, high refresh rate devices, mainly your keyboard and your mouse, which are for you probably 1000 hertz, mine's 8000, I have two 8000 hertz devices, you want them on separate hubs all alone on their own, which is what I was doing in the beginning of the match. So we can, like, quickly, actually, let's take a look real quick here. Let's go through all my accuracy. Well, we had some kind of poopy games prior to that. 44-13. I'm going to play off stream, obviously, 30-10. What is that, Shambali? Like, Shambali is a pretty good map for Farah, too. 45-19. That one's not actually too bad. 54-22, also pretty good. 45-18. Shambali was with the cheater in it, I believe. Yeah, this is with the two people named the same to try and stop you from reporting the one guy. This guy's hard cheating, which is going to obviously suppress you. But anyways, if you guys are looking for just an easy tweak to your system that will probably make a difference if you are a gamer and you are noticeable of things like this. As I mentioned, I also changed my my network settings too. I don't know if that might be it too. I don't know. But anyways, you scroll through here. Device by connection is the easy way, or otherwise you can use hardware info, but this one refreshes in real time. You have to go through your PCI Express root complex, which is down here. Basically, this is like going through the hierarchy of how your computer is set up internally. And then you go through it, and you find the PCI Express root complex, which is basically what all your devices are off of, because it's your PCIe bus. And then you go down through here, and you go through each one. You're going to find your hard drive, basically should be on its own thing, your video card, and then you'll have your chipset, which is what this is. You can see based on how many devices are on here. This is my chipset. You can tell because it's breaking up ports, right? And even this has its own root hub on it. And then also because I have an AMD, Intel will not have this, but AMD has USB right off of the CPU. And you can see it right here because it pops. This comes right off of the PCI Express on the CPU. This is what I was doing earlier. And here you can see there are two controllers on it. right here and right here. I originally had my keyboard and my mouse set up to this. This technically will be lower latency than your chipset. There's less that goes through here. Bandwidth does not matter, by the way. Bandwidth does not matter for the most part. As long as it's USB 2 or USB 3, you're probably going to be fine. But as you can see here, originally I had each of these set up, and you can have each of these root hubs can have multiple ports on it. It could have 4. It could have, with Intel, my last motherboard, it had like fucking 18 ports on one. It can have any number of ports. So it's technically possible to get in here, and having multiple devices on this root hub on this controller is bad. What you want is to set this up all alone. So you make it so it is by its lonesome, or as much as possible. Obviously, some things you can't get rid of. This is an LED controller I don't care about, which is why I've disabled. But you want it on its own. Generally, your keyboard and mouse, especially your mouse, is what you want on its own. And it makes things much better in terms of, like, if we look at mouse tester here, and this is pretty good. Sometimes it gets janky. Yeah, it's down to 1200s, though, with the distribution. Even then, if you don't consider the outliers here, this doesn't count because this is my hand movement. This doesn't count and this doesn't count. But if you look at the line here, it's pretty good. My 13900, prior to pulling it, looked like this, which is also pretty good. I would say the weird thing, the difference between my 7950 X3D and my 13900 is my 7950 X3D, the frame rate feels more fluid and consistent, but at the same time, the input lag felt more snappy and responsive with the Intel chip. I don't know. They're both very playable, mind you, but just from what I've experienced so far, and this is just a graph of me wiggling my mouse. That's basically what this comes down to. But this is the consistency of the mouse input and the polling rate, because each polling rate, 1000 hertz, right? Each polling rate is chopped up. This should be a flat line. This should, ideally, in an ideal world, this should be an absolute flat line, and it's not. But you can get it better. I think at one point with my Intel, I believe with my Intel processor, I had things down where everything was dropping below 1100. I don't remember what I did, and then it got fucked up. So, yeah. There's a bunch of things that can influence this. Being on its own controller is a good thing. But in general, the best thing is just having it on the controller. Sleep states, C states in general can fuck this up if you have your C states on. Whether or not it matters in games, I don't know. These are the limited tools that basically the community has to use, so this is where we're at. There's not many things for monitoring your peripheral input, one of which is a reflex analyzer, and that's only your end-to-end in like latency from your mouse to your monitor. It doesn't have anything to do with the consistency of the input, the variance, whether or not the data is erroneous, so your sensor's malfunctioning. It doesn't see any of that. All it sees is basically the amount of time it takes. So, yeah. Anyways, I thought I'd give you guys a little brief on that if you guys are curious about what I've been doing here in the background, because maybe I didn't explain it properly. But yeah, that's under your device manager. If you guys are curious about that, device manager, and then view and device by connection, and you can figure this out. If you're curious, I have a couple things in here. This is actually the adapter that's built into my CPU that I haven't even bothered installing because I don't care. I want to use it. I don't know what this is. This came with my new motherboard. That is. Anyways, alrighty, guys. Yeah, I had pretty good. We had some bad games earlier tonight, but yeah, as you saw, things got better. I don't know if it was my tweaks I did to my the tweaks I did to my network adapter, which you guys saw me do, or if it was changing around MSI mode, or if it's changing the ports. Something there made things click, and I'll play more games offline. Sometimes when I get stuff down, it feels pretty good, and then it goes to shit. But considering we just swapped motherboards and it started feeling like shit again, I don't know. Hopefully that's fixed, but who knows? Maybe I'll have to pull my CPU out of my motherboard for the 5th or 6th time at this point and just put it back. That's like 2 hours of my time, guys. Whenever I change my motherboard, it's like 2 hours just pissing away. Hour and a half. It's just gone. My day is just gone. What happened? Alrighty, guys. But I'm out of here for this evening, guys. We had some relatively good games. But if you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed me talking about cheating, which is not actually talking about your wife cheating on you. She's cheating on you with me, mind you. But that's okay because I'm me. Make sure to follow button in the top right-hand corner. I stream every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m. Give or take, it depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., guys. I'm out of here for this evening, guys. Yeah, I'm out of here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Friday night and Saturday morning. Have a good day, guys.